Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. As it happens, today is the day right after Christmas. And I don't know about everybody else, but I'm actually relieved that Christmas is over and very much looking forward to a friend's Christmas that I'm having this weekend. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, but just like all the hoopla of, the big day, as it were, being over. Very grateful for that. And then we're pretty much going to be just marching straight into the New Year's. I always feel like Christmas and New Year's happen in a blur because it's just so close. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else feels that way. I know the holidays are stressful for a lot of people. My hope for you all, with whatever holiday you celebrated, that you ended up just having a good one, that it was drama free, as stress free as it could be, that you had fun. If you wanted to spend it with other people, that you spent time with the people that you wanted to be around. Honestly, that's all any of us can really hope for. So tonight, I am going to be reading No Exit by Taylor Adams, and I'm hoping to be able to get like another 60 pages or so into the book. That'll set me up really nicely for finishing the book before New Year's. This is the last book I want to finish before the end of the year gets here, and I absolutely can do that. I'm on really good track right now to do that. I'm on page 208 of 351. So let me know what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. And as always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on where you live in the world. Our Christmas this year, and I know this is the same for everybody who is in the US, was surprisingly warm. Some people were reporting it was like one of the warmest Christmases that we've ever had on record, which is just wild to think about. So it doesn't really feel like the right time of year, but it did a few weeks ago when it was like -7 outside where I live. And I heard that there's going to be an Arctic blast coming and is going to be like affecting kind of like the northern part of the US, kind of like going over to the East Coast. So just everybody get prepared for that. If you felt that Christmas was really warm, New Year's is going to feel a lot colder. And I'm going to go over and just see how everybody's doing and who all's hanging out tonight. And Rob is here. Rob is the first one in the house. Hi, Rob. Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. And Kat's here. Hi, Kat. Kat says, hey, Alex and friends, I'm editing a video. Oh, good for you, Kat. I'm excited to see what it is you're working on. Heidi says, Alex, best 5 books you read this year? Number 1 question. I probably will end up doing some sort of like reading wrap up after the first of the year, where I go like over all my stats and what my favorite books were. That is something I'm planning on doing. So if you're willing to hold on, Heidi, I'll probably end up making it into a video. And Heidi says, Kat, what is your absolute favorite book this year? And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, all. Going to finish up The Christmas Tree Farm by Melody Carlson. Nice. He says, still have family coming in the coming days for Christmas stuff. Yeah, I know that like the official day being over doesn't mean that the Christmas and holiday stuff is over. A lot of people still get together after the official holiday, especially if you can't see people until the weekend, which is the way that it is with my friends. And so I've got like this big pile of gifts that I get to hand out this weekend that I'm looking forward to giving people. And Heidi says, Melissa, your favorite book this year? And Rob says, 1 more book to go and I'll be at 100. Oh my gosh, Rob. Good for you. And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, hi, good evening. Just moved my car to the town parking garage. City life for the incoming snow that has begun falling and ready to snuggle in with a book. Awesome. Well, I'm glad your car's not going to get snowed on. It's not fun to try to get your car out of the snow. Heidi says, Rob, your favorite book this year? So Heidi wants everybody to put their favorite book for the year. And Alex says, good evening, new here. Hello to you. He said, hanging out from mid-Michigan, reading Starling House. Very nice. I have not read that, but hopefully it's good. Rob says 8 to 12 inches for northern New Jersey. Oh my God, really? That's crazy. Melissa says, Heidi, my favorite book this year was The Most Fun We Ever Had by Claire Lombardo. And Kirsten says, oh no, Exit is so atmospheric. It really is. Yeah, it definitely, I can see why people enjoy this. It's very tense, and it's tense from basically the beginning of the book, and it hasn't really let up since then. Kat told me, I think I mentioned this last time, that when she read this, she said that she thought that she was catching her breath and then something else would happen. And I definitely feel that that's the way that it's going right now. And Stina says, hey, y'all, I'm listening to Fruit of the Drunken Tree. I like that title. It's fun. And Kat says, Heidi, I haven't even thought about it. I had lots of favorites. I'm not good about keeping up with stats. I have apps that do that for me. It helps. I mean, there's some that I calculate on my own every year just because I like the extra stats, but it is nice to have an app that'll compile it all for you. I think Storygraph does a great job about that. And Heidi says, oh, Melissa, what a great title. Melissa says, Heidi, and The Frozen River by Ariel Lawhon and A Broken Country by Claire Leslie Hall. And Carmen's here. Hi, Carmen. Carmen says, hi, Alex. Hi, everyone. I'm knitting and I'm going to find a book to start. Awesome. My brain ends up getting tired reading later. I'm going to go and work on my knitting project and work on my sock. And Heidi says, yeah, I would love a video, Alex, or love an Alex video. Yes, I do plan on doing a reading wrap up, because I personally feel like those are fun to just kind of talk about like what the books were that were your favorite, talk about the reading stats. I'm not really sure how the video, like what the video would look like or how long it would be, but I definitely feel like I can do one after the first of the year's over and all my stats are in. And Rob says, Heidi, Between Two Fires. And Stina says, I haven't started sifting through my reads this year to work out bests and worsts. And Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, hi, Alex and friends. Present? Barely. Christmas Day zapped me. Worth it, though. Reading Beartown now. Awesome. Well, I'm happy that you're here, even if you're barely present. I'm still happy you're here. And Kirsten says, Rob, we must be in the same snowstorm. You all stay safe out there. 8 to 12 inches is not fun. Actually, for Christmas, my uncle got Keaton and I a electric like snowblower, but it's one of those that it does it a strip at a time instead of like one of those huge snowblowers that are really heavy. And then you can just charge up the battery, and it's really portable, and it can throw snow. It can do up to 8 inches of snow at a time and can throw snow like 30 feet. And he said it works really well. And can do like a whole, driveway and a little bit of the sidewalk on one battery charge. And I'm really looking forward to that because Keaton and I take turns shoveling snow when it snows a lot. And I'm anticipating this January is probably going to be pretty brutal. So anything that can save our back in having to do that, something I appreciate. So it was an A+ gift for Christmas. I did not expect to get that. Stina says, off the top of my head, my favorite is probably The Arrival by Sean Tan. And Heidi says, my favorite was The Witchwood Crown, Fool's Errand, and Titus Grown. Yeah, I remember you talking about Titus Grown, Heidi. And Anne's here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, hello. We just finished dinner and came upstairs. It is snowing, sleeting in Delaware now. Oh my gosh. You poor people. Praying we don't lose electricity. Yeah, I hope not either. My goodness. I don't know if you have any sort of backup or like a kerosene heater or anything. Hopefully you stay warm if something happens. And Kat says, hey, Carmen. And Rob says, Kirsten, I'm right by that deep blue on the map. Heidi says, oh, Rob, so happy Bewley is your number one. Tap your ring 3 times. Kirsten says, me too. Melissa says, I had a number of favorites this year. That's awesome. Yeah, I did not have that many 5 stars, but also my reading was substantially diminished this year too. So, you got to keep that in mind. I think I only had 5 5-star books, if I remember correctly. Anne says, my favorite fiction book is The True Story of Raja the Gullible and His Mother, which is one I added to a wish list that I have because you all were talking about that last time, and it was Did you all tell me it was the Booker Prize, Pulitzer Prize winner? It was a book award winner for one of them. He said, my favorite nonfiction book was All the Way to the River by Elizabeth Gilbert. Awesome. Carmen says, hi, Kat. Melissa says, but I don't think any of them were 5-star. I mean, as long as you had books that you really enjoyed, it's okay. Sometimes it's hard to give a book 5 stars. Some years I've had where I feel like so much of what I've read have been 5 stars. This was one of those years where I was really picky about which ones were fives and which ones weren't. And Anne says, we will just go to bed. Okay, that's fair. Oh, thank you, Anne. That's what it was. National Book Award winner. So it was neither the Booker or the Pulitzer. It was National Book Award. Thank you for clarifying. Alrighty, everybody. Well, thank you for being here the day after Christmas. Like I said, I hope you all are doing well and that your time with your family, regardless of what holiday you celebrate, was good. And I will go ahead and get 45 minutes up on the clock, and I will also give you all your first question. And so I was telling Keaton before doing my sprints that one of the things I want to focus on, because we're gearing up to New Year's, is I want to do like positive reflections on the year. So, thinking about things that were really great from the last year, things that maybe we don't want to take with us into next year that we could do differently. So, a couple of my questions are going to be related to that because I think it's important to do positive reflections, especially, I mean, a year is a long time. There's a lot to reflect on. So, my first question for you all is going to be reflecting on this year. What was the best thing that happened in your life? And, you can be as gushy about it as you want, as, brisk about it as you want. Just something that was the best thing that happened in your life over the last year. And Melissa says, I became a little more picky as to what is a 5-star book. And that's fair. Kat says, I don't feel like I had a lot of 5 stars in the adult fiction category. So you had more 5-star middle grade then, Kat? And Anne says, I am surprised that it's not on any of the best book lists. And that is a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. It has a really beautiful cover too. I love the cover of that. All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get started with our 45 minutes, and you all have your first question, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everyone, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made good progress during that sprint. I made it to page 244. So I'm a little less than 110 pages away from the end. And it's at a good spot right now. It's a good story. I like it. And before we left, I asked you all the question of reflecting on over the last year, what was the best thing that happened in your life? Let's see what you all had to say. So Kirsten says, best thing, I finally started a booktube channel. Cool, that's awesome. Now I need to actually start making some regular content. Now that's the hardest part for sure. Heidi says, Alex, are you going to make it to Zion National Park this summer? I am. Yes, that is going to be happening in 2026. And Heidi says, I read many great books besides the ones I already mentioned, Musashi, The Carpet Makers, Buffalo Hunter Hunter, Ubik, and The Black Company. Keaton is a huge fan, I don't remember exactly what rating he gave it, but it was a really good rating for The Black Company because he read those. That was either early this year or a little bit later last year. I can't recall. But yeah, I also remember you talking about Musashi because that was like a really long book. And everybody's been talking about Buffalo Hunter Hunter, so I know I need to read that. And you said, best thing that happened were 2 of my nieces got married to wonderful partners. Also, my son got the best teacher yet, and she has made a huge difference in our lives. That's so wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that. Stina says, the best thing was probably that Brian landed a good job in November. That's amazing. See, Stina, that was actually going to be my best thing too. And I didn't know if it was recency bias or what, but I was looking back on the year, and the best thing that happened for me was actually the best thing that happened for Keaton, which was that he got a new job. He started his new job at the beginning of December, and he seems just a lot happier as, just himself, both with his job and at home. He's calmer, like he seems to like the work more. I mean, he's still at the very beginning. It takes a long time to settle into a new job, as you know, but I'm still just super happy for him. So that's my positive news as well. And Angela says, David Copperfield, Pachinko, True Grit, Jamaica Inn, The Screw Tape Letters, Remarkably Bright Creatures, Mexican Gothic, The Importance of Being Earnest, Life on Svalbard, and several Narnia books, 5 stars. Well, that's wonderful. It sounds like you had a lot of 5 stars this year. Teresa says, I'm joining in on my birthday since I had plans to read all day anyway. Happy birthday, Teresa. Woohoo! I hope all are having a great Christmas. Well, thank you. My Christmas was good. My favorite part of it was actually the time that I ended up spending with Keaton. We just hung out last night, and he was playing a game up on the TV, and I had my legs over his lap, and I was playing a game on my laptop. We just chilled like that for hours. It was a really fun time. Anne says, we are ready for whatever happens. The cats are fed, humans are fed, and I brought 4 books upstairs to read. Nice. You got this. I don't think the electricity will go out. I'm putting that out there. Anne says, happy birthday, Teresa. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, hey, Alex and Chad. I hope everyone is well. I hope you are well, too. Hope you had a Merry Christmas or whatever holiday you celebrate. I think Kwanzaa is going on right now. I think that's right. Jamie says, the best thing that happened this year is my youngest son graduated from college in May and started his first teaching job in August. That's wonderful. It's nice when, something that's like the best thing for you is also something that's really great for another person. Heidi says, Jamie, tell us your favorite book this year. And Angela says, the best thing for me was yesterday at Christmas. It's the first time my daughter, grandsons, and myself have all been together since 2019. Oh, my goodness. That's a long time. It's an amazing day of tears, joy, and fun. I'm so glad that you got to spend it together. That's wonderful. Rob says, Heidi, which is your favorite for 2025? And Anne says, we got married without going in debt. Yay! I love that. That is important. And Rob says, best thing, an artist musician on Twitch sent me 4 of her unreleased songs for Christmas. Oh, that's super fun. I love that. Very unique. Heidi says, The Witchwood Crown by Tad Williams from his The Last King of Austin Ard. Rob, have you read The Dragonbone Chair? Kirsten says, reading a Nancy Drew Christmas for the nostalgia and am at 50 or 85%. Very nice. And Rob says, Heidi, I can't read those Tad Chunkers anymore. Kat says, I'm working on graphics for my video. Cool. And Rob says, Heidi Ubik is one of the few Philip K. Dick titles I haven't read. And Stina says, Teresa, happy birthday! And many happy birthdays from Kirsten, Angela, Rob. And Teresa says, we played the old-fashioned board games on Christmas. That's fun. I love that. What's your favorite old-fashioned board game? And Melissa says, one good thing that happened this year was that I got my second mastectomy done near the beginning of the year. All right. I'm guessing, did you do that not because you were preventing cancer, but you were diagnosed with it and that was your treatment and now you're clear, I hope? I hope that you are in remission. And Heidi says, Rob, afraid of chunky books? What about Bee Sting? Tad Williams really became masterful with his latest series. He sits with Tolkien now. Teresa says, thank you all for the birthday wishes. You are most welcome. Melissa says, happy birthday as well. Jamie says, that is a great accomplishment. And yes, it is. And Melissa says, finish raiding the Christmas tree farm during that last sprint. That's awesome. Jamie says, happy birthday, Teresa. Teresa says, Parcheesi. Oh, I do not know how to play Parcheesi. So that's really fun that you all play that. I would love to learn. I mean, like I love to learn any game. I can't often remember all the rules. So if I'm taught it and I learn how to play it and then I don't play it again for years, I have to be retaught. But I never learned how to actually play Parcheesi. And Heidi says, Rob, did you read The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch? That is my favorite Philip K. Dick so far. I have never even heard of that one. I have no idea what that is. But I like the title. That's pretty cool. Alrighty, everyone. Well, thank you for sharing that bit of happiness with me. I love to see it. And this next question is also going to be, I've tried to frame it in a positive way. I think it's important to frame it that way. And my next question is, reflecting on this year, what is one thing you want to change for 2026? So not necessarily that you have to say that like something was really bad, but just something maybe that you want to be different or want to do differently. You think about it that way. And Melissa says, I had breast cancer and one breast, found it, still had a chance of getting breast cancer a second time, or I still had a chance. You have a genetic condition, hence the second mastectomy. Well, I'm glad you got that taken care of so you don't have to worry about it anymore. So that's great. And Rob says, Heidi, I read that, but not Valis or Flow My Tears. Alrighty, everybody. I will get us set up for the next 45-minute sprint. Realize how appropriate the current image I have in the background actually is for the book that I'm reading. That's kind of funny. And Anne says, we had heard horror stories about people going into debt for weddings. Oh, yes, absolutely. One of the things that I personally cannot understand are the people that spend the amount of money on a wedding that would be considered like a massive down payment on a house. Like some people, like it's normal for them to just spend like $50,000 on a wedding. And if you have that money, like if you're very wealthy, like you can do whatever you want. But if you're like just an average Joe Schmo middle class person, you spend $50,000 on a wedding, that is like crazy to me. I want to like talk to people who do that and be like, what made you do that? And Jamie says, favorite books of the year, All the Colors of the Dark, King Sorrow, Black River Orchard, and The Buffalo Hunter Hunter. We got another Buffalo Hunter Hunter. Are some of my favorite reads of the year. That's awesome. Alrighty, so I've got some answers coming in that are for this question. So I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. And remember to drink some water. I'm also going to say that too. Take a drink. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 274. So I've officially gotten the reading in that I wanted to tonight. So anything else that I get is just cherry on the cake on the sundae, if you will. And before we left, I asked you all the question reflecting on this year. What is one thing you want to change for 2026? Go back and find last comment here. I remembered to mark it. Kirsten says, well, my word for the year is organized, so I guess I'm going to stop being a total mess. You're so funny. Rob says, Heidi, the bee sting just kicks you in the jewels from the start. And Stina says, and congratulations, that is part of why Brian and I eloped. Yeah, honestly, Keaton and I have talked about that too. It's like, it's almost better to just elope and then have some sort of celebration after the fact, which it feels sad. But when we ended up having to travel for his brother's wedding, I was sitting next to his cousin, and she was telling me that, like, if she could do her wedding all over again, that they would just choose not to have the ceremony with all the people, and that they would just like have had the party. And she was like trying to encourage her brother to do the same thing if they ended up getting married. And because that's like the most stressful part, right, is leading up to where you read your vows, and then after that's just a big party. Anne says, it is crazy. Heidi says, I'm getting more help with Luke this year. I have tried to do it all by myself, but I'm getting older and he is getting bigger. Well, I'm happy that you were able to get some help this coming year. That is a wonderful thing. And I'm glad that you'll be able to kind of take a little bit of a break for yourself. He said, Jamie, I have to look up All the Colors of the Dark. Never heard of it. Jamie says, Heidi, it's a chunky thriller with a true crime vibe. The characters are fantastic. Since we seem to like a lot of the same books, I think you'd like it. That's true. You both do like a lot of the same books. He said, I realized all the books I listed are pretty dark, which tracks for me, but I'll also say The Monk and Robot Duology by Becky Chambers. Yes, those are good. I love those. And A Starter Villain were also 5 stars for me. I need to read Starter Villain. I really loved the Kaiju Preservation Society. I thought it was funny. So that's Starter Villains by the same author. And Anne says, to be better organized with managing the paperwork we need to keep. That's a good goal. Jamie says, I would say that one thing I would change in 2026 would be to participate in fewer readathons, but that probably won't happen. The FOMO is real. Stina says, Jamie, yeah, I'm sure I'm doing more readathons and challenges than ever in 2026. And Mary says, hello, folks. My 2026 change will be, hang on, that cut off. Reading what I own, limiting borrowing from the library, and buying. Awesome. That's good. I did a no buy year from, it was the middle of 2022, right? Hang on. No, the middle of 2023 to the middle of 2024. And that was a really good exercise. I ended up liking that. It was a no buy for books, and I could still get books from the library though. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, I need to fine-tune my TBRs to reflect how I actually read with enough books, enough variety, etc. And I want to try sticking closer to my TBRs. He said, hi, Alex. Hi, Jamie. I know it's been a minute. It's good to see you. She says, hi, everyone. I'm also working on a plan to open my own used bookstore. Oh, that's super cool. That's awesome. So I'll mean a lot of bookish lifestyle changes in 2026 if it works. Well, good luck with that. We can all use more bookstores. Mary says, best wishes, Jamie. And Jamie says, more realistically, I plan to pay down the credit card debt I accrued this year for a couple of emergencies. Yes, very important to pay down debt. Also, just like more money in your pocket when that's gone. So that's a great goal. Angela says, the one thing I'd like to change is to become more social. I've never gotten back to being the social butterfly that I once was before COVID hit. I'm going to work on that. New Year's resolution. I think that's a lovely goal. And Jamie said, what fun. Other Jamie, because we have 2 Jamies. Best wishes on your endeavor. Stina says, I feel like I need a word of the year for 2026, but the whole reflection process is proving to be overwhelming. Is there a word for that? I don't know if there's a singular word for that, but one of my favorites is discombobulated. Rob says 2026, watch more of the content subscription services I'm paying for. Yeah, that's an important one, but maybe you'll also figure out some that you don't want to keep, which would save you money too. So there's also that. Jamie says, thanks, Jamie. It's a bit overwhelming now that I'm treating opening a bookstore as a plan instead of just a daydream. But oh my gosh, it'll be cool if it works. Absolutely. Stina says, Jamie, wow, that sounds like a lot of work, but also an exciting change. Yes. Carmen says, I would like to be braver, more optimistic in 2026 to find more of the silver linings. That is a beautiful goal. I love that. Kirsten says, at 90% of my Christmas, Nancy Drew. Awesome. Kat says, I'm still editing. I'm sure you're making great progress, Kat. And Stina says, we got married on December 30th and then held a New Year's Eve party to announce it. That's cool. I like that. That's great. I mean, my cousin, I actually feel kind of grateful. She broke the mold in terms of what would kind of be expected for, Keaton and I will eventually get married. We're not engaged right now or anything, but we know that we'll get married one day. But this whole idea of like the big extravagant wedding, my cousin and her husband were engaged for 7 years. They were together 10 years before they finally got married. And they only invited, because his parents actually are in a different country, so they couldn't come, but only invited her parents. And then it was the lady who officiated the wedding, and then we just like had a party afterwards. So it kind of takes the pressure off of us to have like some grand event, which is nice. And Carmen says, I made it to 12% in Jamaica Inn by Daphne du Maurier. Nice. And good to see you again, lovable reader. It's been a long time. She says, hey, hello to you. Jamie says, made it to page 208 in the Stidiford mystery. Only about 70 pages left. Should finish it tonight. Wonderful job. Well, the reader says, the thing that I would like to change in 2026 is to read more of my physical TBR and donate sell the books that I don't like. I think that's always a great goal. I also want to read more of the books on my TBR. I was really surprised to see that even more so than in my no-buy phase. And the reason that this worked out is because, again, I started my no-buy year. It was weird. It wasn't at the beginning of a year. It was in the middle of a year. So I had, before July of that first year to buy books. Then I didn't buy the second half or the first half of the following year, but then I bought books the second half. If you consider my spending for the years since I started tracking my spending, this is actually the least amount of money. 2025 was the least amount of money that I've spent on books in I don't know how long. I still got a good number of books, but many of them were gifted. They were not books that I spent money on myself. So that's kind of crazy. Speaking of gifted books, I wanted to show you all. So Keaton, he said there's another present that's coming for me that was late for Christmas. So he was able to give me the one that he already had on Christmas Day. But he surprised me with getting this special copy of In the Lives of Puppets by TJ Klune. Has spray painted edges. But the really cool part is that it is signed. So he got this, and he and I both have like a budget limit that we set. And I was like, how much was this? He wouldn't tell me, but he said it was within my budget. And I was like, okay. But it now is going to sit prominently on my signed bookshelf, which is really cool. And I'm excited to read this. What's funny is I own the original copy because I got it when it came out. So this is the original. Doesn't have any spray painted edges or any art on the inside cover or anything. I think this one looks kind of like darker and more mysterious. This one looks kind of a little bit more uplifting, but it's funny to see the difference. But yes, I have 2 copies of this book now. But I thought that was a cute gift because he knows that I really like TJ Klune. And Melissa says to not buy books on impulse. Also a great goal. And Zach is here. Hi, Zach. Zach says 2026 is my year of no plans and no promises. I'm just doing whatever, whenever. That's also nice. A no plan. That's what my dad calls it. Stina says, my word of the year for 2026 is recombobulation. You can TM that, put an asterisk, get your own word. And Melissa says, started a new book called Christmas at the Women's Hotel by Daniel Lavery. Read about 42 pages. Very nice. And Kat says, I love Jamaica Inn, Carmen. And Kat says, hey, Carissa. And Carissa says, hey, Kat. Zach says, my 2026 word of the year is Cheerio Shroom. I just pick two foods I really, or I'll eat more of this year is Cheerios and mushrooms, eaten separately. That's funny. My big thing for this year, I don't know if this would necessarily be considered a change, but it's a change for me. I want to take a hard look at what I want my career path to be. I don't really know what my future looks like, if I want to continue with the current job that I have for a long time, or if I want to think about other things. I have literally no idea what that's going to be, but I think it's important for me because it's something my boss asks me every year. It's like, what are your goals? What are the things that you want for your career? And I honestly don't have an answer for that right now. And I think it's important for me to figure out what that is. Even if it takes all year to figure it out, I need to, know what it is that I want to do. So wish me luck with that. And Kat says, I'm planning to have all kinds of alphabet adventures in 2026. That's sweet. And Mary says, beautiful book. Thank you. Zach says, I really like Jamaica Inn. And Rob says, Lives, that's a nice copy. Well done, Keaton. Yes, I thought it was a sweet gift. Stina says, I think there's an airport that has already claimed recombobulation for the area after the security checkpoint. You said I'm wanting to say Milwaukee's airport. Is that right? Oh, that's so funny. Good job on Milwaukee. I've never been in their airport. I've spent time in that city, though. Of course, because I love the Brewers. But yeah, that's funny. I love it. Alrighty, everybody. Well, I am going to give us our next question, which is going to be, how many books do you plan to read in 2026? A question, of course, aimed at the perfect group of people. And if you don't have an answer, that's totally okay. But if you do, and you already know what you want your goal to be, I would love to hear it. And I'm going to go ahead and put another 45 minutes up on the clock. Oh, if you'll give me just 1 second, y'all, I want to show you one other thing. So we're doing, I'm a part of an art group at my job where we're trying to come up with things for employees to do, where we get them involved in art. And so I was part of a pilot where we had to get our own canvases and paint, and we all had to paint the same image. So I freehanded this, but I wanted to show you all my llama. This is my llama. This is done with acrylic paint, and I do think it actually turned out pretty cute. And they called this the No Drama Snow Llama. Adorable. Alrighty. So I'll get you all going for your next 45 minute sprint, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know you did. Oh boy, I'm within the last 52 pages of no exit, and what a time to have to take a break. I literally got up at one point and I walked out into the living room where Keaton's playing a game, and I'm like, it's so intense right now that I have to take like micro breaks just to be able to go back in. Because it's Angela, I understand why you said this book was very stressful. But it's like in a good way. In a good way. And before we left, I asked you all the question, how many books do you plan to read in 2026? Stina says, you were talking about recombobulation earlier, and you said, I worked for the Milwaukee Symphony when I lived in the burbs there, but I never did use the airport. Zach says, I gave Kaiju Preservation Society 0 stars. I remember you telling me that you didn't like that book because you're a lifelong Godzilla fan. I remember you talking about that. Said you hated it because I had no idea what he was talking about or trying to make fun of. And Estina says, that's an awesome llama. Thank you. Comer says, oh, how cute. Thank you. Kat says, love your llama. It's adorable. Thank you. Kat says, 100 books is my goal again this year. That is a solid goal, Kat. 100 even. That's a lot. Angela says, a smiling llama. What could be more adorable? I know, it turned out really good. I was super happy because I had to freehand the sketch, and then I did, all the paint and everything. And I'm not a painter. Like I don't really consider myself to be an artist. Like I know you all have seen me like make things before when I've done my sprints and whatnot, but I don't think I'm that good at it. So to have something turn out where I'm like, oh, that's cute, it makes me feel good. So adorable, although I think I quite like the word adorkable too. Yes, I would describe myself as adorkable. And Rob says, happy life, happy llama. That came out great. That llama emoji looks like a rooster in a sheepdog experiment gone wrong. I personally feel like that looks like a camel. It's like a fluffy camel. And Kirsten said, how many books? How many books? I'm going to copy Kat's answer. 100 books. There you go. Stina says, I always go with a 100 book goal. I can't remember the last time my monthly total was in the single digits, and I don't actually care about the final number. It's never the same on each of the tracking platforms I use anyway, due to some of my record keeping idiosyncrasies. I'm glad you brought that up, Stina. So one of the things I do, I feel like would probably be good for me going forward this year. I way prefer Storygraph over Goodreads. I still have used Goodreads and I like track my books in both places, but I hate that Goodreads doesn't let you do like half stars or anything like that. Like I don't feel like my rating on there is ever a true accurate representation of how I feel. And so whenever I look at what I really thought of my books and I get my statistics and everything, I always do that in Storygraph. So I feel like I might just give up Goodreads this coming year. I don't know if like people can follow you on Storygraph. I feel like they probably can. So if anybody wants me to figure out how to do that, if you want to look at my ratings for any reason, I can try to figure out like how to post that like in the description of my channel. Zach says, my usual goal is 140. I usually hit that around October, so it's no pressure, but I didn't set a goal this year, and I'm not going to next year. I think my total this year will be 127. There you go. Angela says, I am blind. It wasn't adorkable at all. It wasn't, but I liked what you were getting at. And Carissa says, your llama is adorable. Thank you very much. He said, I always set my goal at 12 books. I like not having to rush at the end of the year, and I tend to read more fantasy books. Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's just as valid to want to set, a big goal, like a lofty goal for yourself, as much as it is setting something that is very easily attainable. There was one lady who had said to me that her reading goal, she was literally just going to put it as one book, because she knew that she would read way more than that. And then she would read her one book and it would be marked off as complete. And then she could just spend the rest of the year enjoying what it was that she wanted to read, because she felt like the goals had kind of become arbitrary in a way. And I thought that was fun. And I kind of did that for myself this year, actually. I didn't set it as one book, but I set it as 20 because I knew that I would surpass that. And it was nice. Honestly, it felt way less stressful than last year when I set a much bigger goal and I didn't quite hit it and then I felt bad. So there you go. Stina says right now Storygraph says 398, Goodreads says 400, and Fable says 380. Oh yeah, Fable is one of the ones I've never tried. I've heard a lot of people talk about that one though. Steve says, I used to have a goal of reading one book more than the previous year, but Brian pointed out that was just setting myself up for failure. It I don't know if it sets you up for failure because I feel like you probably could attain that if you shortened the length of the books, but I think that might make it less fun overall because then it becomes stressful because then it becomes about the number and not about the, journey to get there. So I understand your feeling about that. Jamie says, I'm going for a default goal of 400 again in 2026. I may hit 470 this year. So I thought about starting my goal at 450, but I'll wait to see how 2026 goes first. That's a crazy goal. That's the biggest one I've ever heard. And Stina says, I checked and yes, it's the Milwaukee airport. I miss Milwaukee. Extremely underrated city. I concur. Been to Milwaukee many times and I really liked it there. They have a great museum. And Angela says, I've been increasing my reading goals by one book each year since 2018. I just hit my goal of 67 this year, so I'll shoot for 68 in 2026. I still think that's very reasonable, though, for you, Angela. So good job. Rob says, I don't I can read more than 100 books, or I don't think I can read more than 100 books, so I'll go with 95. Storm is heading southeast, northwest in Jackson County, Pennsylvania, 90 miles from me. They already have 7 inches of snow. It's 19 degrees. You stay safe, Rob. Stay safe inside with your cats. I don't want you out in that crap. Carmen says, I'm aiming for 100 books in 2026. That's awesome. Heidi says, oh, I do not think of how many I want to read. I just need to stop sampling books or maybe read one at a time. The free library audio apps make it easy to download a zillion books all at once. Yeah, I've heard that. Mary says, my goal is 200. As I work on cleaning my Kindle and my shelves, I notice the older books are around 300 pages. My tastes have changed and a lot of what I have are skimmable. Got you. Yeah, it's funny because I definitely have some ebooks that I bought years ago that I never got to. And I look at them sometimes and I'm like, would I like that now? And I still occasionally I will go and I'll read one of them. So I haven't ever gotten rid of any of them or anything because I want to see if I'll like it. My tastes are quite a bit different than they used to be. Jamie says, I'm probably going with a goal of 100 books for 2026. I'm saying a common theme, nice even 100 for many people. Rob says, Heidi, I guess I'm going to start sorta 2026 with The Black Tongue Thief. I have a hold on the book, so it'll arrive soon by Slay. Heidi says, Rob, that's my favorite Buellman. The prequel, The Daughter's War, has his best prose yet, but it does not have the humor and fun of Black Tongue, although it is an excellent story. Yeah, Heidi, so does that mean... So I thought... correct me if I'm wrong. I thought The Black Tongue Thief was the first one, and then there was a sequel. Is there also a prequel, or was I thinking that the book that is the prequel is the sequel? Are there 2 or 3 books? That's what I'm wondering. In the Black Tongue Thief universe. And Melissa says, planning on reading about 60 books for 2026. Very nice. So I got to about page 82. Great. Jamie says, I got to 64% and bury our bones in the midnight soil. How are you liking that, Jamie? I really want to know how that V.E. Schwab is for people. Because I saw it when it was releasing, because they did a big promo for it. And it looked beautiful. And the story was interesting because I liked that it was about, isn't it kind of almost like a vampire story or like women that end up having like really dark abilities? Can't remember exactly. Jamie says, I really will have to put no exit on my TBR. So the cover of this says a full throttle thriller, swift, sharp, and relentless. I concur that once this book gets within the first like 30 pages, you're just going, what? The whole time. And there was one thing though, because I would like to think when I read books like this that I pay close attention. I'm not going to tell you what like I noticed, but there was a detail that came up where the author was trying to do like a haha switcheroo thing, and I caught it immediately, and I was kind of bummed because I was like, no, I know what's coming now. But even then, it's still good. I'm enjoying it a lot. And I can appreciate a book that, you know, I set a goal of like, oh, I want to read this many pages, and I'm obviously still reading it. And I got way farther tonight than I thought that I would. And I might even end up finishing it tonight because I'm sitting here and I just keep going back to it. Like I have to take my micro break, and then I'm like, I don't know if you were to go back in the footage and you like zoom in on my face and you see me reading, I felt it. There were moments when I was sitting here just going like that the whole time. So it's good. And Carmen says, made it to page 76. And Kat says, no exit is a wild ride. I'm glad it's keeping you on edge, Alex. It is. And Kat, can you remind me, what was the other book by him that you said that you really liked? You were like, if you like No Exit, you should definitely read this other one. I think you said you liked that other one more. Let me know. Kirsten says, I finished A Nancy Drew Christmas. Great job. I wasn't sure if I would enjoy Nancy Drew as much as I did as a kid, but I have to say that it was delightful. That's sweet. Did you guess the mystery, though, as an adult? Did you see it coming, or was it still a mystery? Mary says, I love books like that. Micro breaks are good. Yes, they are. I have to do that with really good horror, too, where it's so intense. I think I had to do that with The Only Good Indians, because, wow, that book is something. And Jamie says, love the llama. Thank you. Sina says, fixed myself a plate of leftovers. Awesome. I have Christmas ham to eat later. And Angela says, yes, stressed to the max, but I was thoroughly entertained. Yeah, I did not have any sort of alarm on my wrist, Angela, telling me my watch didn't say I was stressed or anything like that. I was thinking about that while I was reading, like getting to the end. I thought it was really funny. But it's also probably because I read horror that I'm still sitting here with the, but it's not, I don't think it's quite as bad. But I just think it was really funny if my watch was like, are you okay? I don't have it on right now. But I had it on the last time I was reading it. And Kirsten says, no exit is a wild ride. And Teresa says, I don't care how many books I read. I just want to have time or make time to read what I want. I think that's a great goal. You said that sprint, I switched from Sherlock Holmes short stories to my nonfiction amazing book. Awesome. And Jamie says, made it to page 236. My dinner arrived just in time for the chatty bit. Yeah. What are you eating for dinner, Jamie? And Jamie says, I'll want to prioritize Storygraph 2 in 2026. Goodreads gets more annoying every year. I can concur with that. And hello, do you go by Mima? I see Crochet Mima, I think. So it's nice to see you. You said, I read for the pure joy of it. Have always only read about 25 a year because I DNF anything that I'm not enjoying. Oh, there you go. I'm glad that you stick with books that you really like. I have a habit of fighting through books that I despise, and it is never a good time. Although I will argue that when I rant about them, that's a good time for other people. And Keaton was laughing at me. I heard that. And Stina says, I feel like there are pros and cons to each of the sites. If I had to pick only one, it's probably be Storygraph. There are certain things the others do better. Teresa says, my Goodreads goal was 33 and it says 113 now, but I read a lot of children's and middle grade books. Angela says, Rob, be safe. Just hibernate if you can. I hope you have all your supplies in. Yes, lots of food. Make grilled cheese. Teresa says, Jamie, no exit is good. Rob says, Alex, I agree with you about 0.25 stars you can add to ratings. I just think Storygraph is clunky. Goodreads, quickly find books on the WTR list especially helpful when I'm at the library. That is very fair. I completely agree. And that's one of the first thing that shows up if you Google a book. You're going to get the Amazon listing, you're going to get the Goodreads listing. It's going to show you what, people overwhelmingly think of it. And that's, of course, because it's tied in with Amazon. So the, uh, I almost said metadata. That's not right. The search engine optimization is so much better for Goodreads in a lot of ways. I just think it's terrible that Amazon owns Goodreads and they've put like no resources into it. Like they could spend the money to make it really good. They could make it look prettier. They could make it more functional. They could, give you more analytics for your reading over the year. I mean, that would be like nothing for a budget of a company like Amazon. And they're just giving nothing to it. And I think that sucks. Mary says, my tastes have matured. I think all of ours have, probably, if we look back at things we bought like 10, 15 years ago. It's just different. Jimmy says, I'm enjoying it so far. Not usually a fan of vampire books, but the vampires in this book are developed characters, not flat stereotypes. Strong theme of consent, which I find interesting. Ooh, I like it. And Kat says, Jamie, I think you'd like No Exit. And Heidi says, order of books: 1, Black Tongue; 2, Daughter's War prequel; 3, Thrice Bound Fool is a sequel to Black Tongue, out in October 2026. Maybe that's the one I've seen advertised. Okay. You must read Black Tongue first, as you get all the world building. Okay, that makes sense. See, you might think this is weird, Heidi. I'm one of those people that if say a trilogy comes out and there's book 1, the sequel, and a prequel, regardless of what order the sequel or prequel came out, I would prefer to read the 2 that are part of the main story first and then read prequels later. But I guess it depends on how it falls. Like, for example, Kat and I were reading the Dark Tower series. And of course, the prequel is the 4th book, and we're going to read them in order. So it's going to be kind of weird to have a break from the main story, go back in time, that'd be a whole novel, and then have to go back into the story again. I think I just don't like that being broken up, but it's just the personal preference. Kirsten says, No Exit is definitely a propulsive thriller. To me, it almost bordered on horror. Yes, that is absolutely the feeling that I am getting as well. I know this is categorized as a thriller, which is why I didn't describe it as a horror novel, but it definitely has horror elements, particularly with some of the, it's really not overly terrible on gore, but the things that happen to these poor people are horrifying. And you do feel dread. We were talking about that last week, the difference between a thriller and a horror novel. So if we're going based off of just like dread and anticipation, this book definitely has a lot of horror elements. Mary says, how late do you plan on sprinting? I usually do 5 sprints, 4 of which are 45 minutes and 1 that's a 30-minute at the end. And it depends on how long the talking bits are in between. So this is an example of a longer one. Our chatty bits earlier on were way shorter. So it can usually go between like 4.5 to like a little over 5 hours is the full amount of time. So, tonight we might end up going a little after or around 10 o'clock, if I had to guess. And Anne says, the last word is excellent. And Rob says, Alex, I still say with Burnham Wood, you'll figure out the ending, but it won't matter. One day, Rob, one day, I don't know when, I'll read Burnham Wood. I'll probably end up reading The Mercies first, though. Angela says, LOL, the watch note notification was hilarious. I'll never forget that book. Kat says, the last word, okay, is the other Taylor Adams. Yeah, so that was what Anne was talking about. I read and loved. I love No Exit a bit more. Okay, however, I gave them both 5 stars. I liked The Stress. Zach says, my favorite book this year was The Devil and Mrs. Davenport. Oh, I've heard of that, by Paulette Kennedy. The way I describe it is it feels like being trapped in a pressure cooker. It's more of a slow build with pressure increasing. Oh, that's cool. That sounds good. And Jamie says, I finish most of what I start reading, but I like playing a bookseller at the bookstore where I'm volunteering. So I like to know more about as many books as I can to know who to recommend them to. Well, then that'd be great for owning your own business. It's a wonderful thing to have. Jamie says, I ordered a citrus glazed tofu bowl from Veggie Grill with a side of crispy cauliflower. Woo, that sounds good. Sounds flavorful. Christina, hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, Alex. And she says, remember, even snowmen need water. Have a cup of holiday cheer and a Christmas cookie or two. Check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and share cozy blessings with the like button. Thank you very much, Christina. And Mima says, yes, call me Mima. Just found you and subscribed. Always looking for good sprints. Well, I appreciate that, Mima. Thank you. And you are always welcome. And Anne says, we live near a bridge. It looks like they are treating it. We can see the flashing lights. Good, because bridges are notoriously bad spots for ice. Rob says, Angela, I was at Stu Leonard's at 7 a.m. when they opened, so I have food, donut bread, and coffee for a week. Good job, Rob. You were on it. Teresa says, the book that stressed me out the most was The Anomaly by Michael Redker. Okay, tell me a little bit about that one, Teresa. And Anne says, The Shard by Brett Ellison freaked me out. What's that one about? And Angela says, Rob, you're going to be just fine. I love it. Well, thank you all. That was a wonderful chatty bit. Loved it. And now I'm going to go to one of my last two questions of the evening. Since I have some new people here, I will let you know I always ask these two questions during my sprints, are always the last two. And this one is going to be, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It could be something that is just interesting to you. It doesn't necessarily have to be interesting to anyone else. I just love learning new things. So I find that very fun. And I will get us set up on another 45-minute sprint. This is the second to last sprint from the evening. And Jamie says, it's very, very tasty. This is my first real good meal since Monday. I had the flu. No, I'm so sorry. Terrible. It's terrible to get the flu at any time, but it's definitely terrible to get it around the holidays. Teresa says, I think you would like it, Alex. It was sci-fi horror. That's my favorite genre. So I probably would like it. And Rob says, freaked out. If there's a book more disturbing than Hawk Mountain by Connor Habib, let me know. Y'all are going to make me, I got to go do some research now during this sprint. All right. Thank you all. You have your question. Let me know something interesting you learned, and I'll see you all in 45 minutes. All right, everybody, come on back. What a time to have to put this book down. I'm on page 343 of 351. So I'm definitely going to finish it during the next sprint. Okay. Oh my goodness. So before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Zach says, I learned that possums glow pink under black light. That's cool. Kirsten says, I learned from my nostalgic Nancy Drew read that the Nancy Drew series is updated to present day. Super modern. I love it. I didn't know that, so that's cool to know. Teresa says, I just learned in my nonfiction book that there is a type of jellyfish that is biologically immortal. It can reverse its life cycle and rebirth itself. Yes, I've heard about that jellyfish too. And Teresa says, The Underworld Journeys to the Depths of the Ocean by Susan Casey. Does it have something to do with their telomeres? I'm just curious. Nan says, I was reading Scarlet by Leslie Stainton. It's the story of a Southern family that can be traced back to plantations. It said where Ahmaud Arbery was murdered was once a plantation with slaves. Okay. Heidi says, in the movie Master and Commander, the Hollywood producer changed the war to Napoleon from the War of 1812 because they thought Americans could not handle being the bad guy in a movie. Wow. Probably not wrong, honestly, because don't we always pick Nazis? Anne says, Robbie, a friend was telling me, Rob, I see your next message said, Rob, a friend was telling me about a book called Night of the Grizzlies. She said I would never go out in the dark again. Rob says, Robert, it's all good. YouTube switched to Rob Loves Books, but I couldn't use that for the chat because YouTube said the name was taken. Huh. That's why you're double B. Zach says, Rob, I'll check out Hawk Mountain. It looks fairly tame for disturbing lit. Maybe try The Laws of the Skies by Gregor Courtois, The Girl Next Door by Jack Ketchum, or Header by Edward Lee. Stina says, I read The Crossings by Jack Ketchum for a horror challenge. It's way up there on my most disturbing books chart. Okay, good to know. The Crossings. You said, I learned that coconut coffee creamer from Trader Joe's is a decent stand-in for heavy cream in sausage dressing. Good to know. Rob says, Zach, I downloaded The Girl Next Door, Kindle Unlimited. I said, you read Elena Knows by Claudia Pinheiro? That book was so depressing I had to put it down. Aw. And Angela says, sadly, I don't think I know any more than I did last week, Alex. I might have learned something, but I must have forgot to deposit it in the memory bank upstairs. And that's totally fine. It's totally fine. My interesting fact that I learned is that the Pope is not allowed to be an organ donor because his body is technically owned by the church. And so when the Pope dies, they have to do all sorts of like special ceremonies that the church says would be overcomplicated if his organs were scattered in other bodies. Just very odd. I never would have thought about. I mean, I wouldn't have thought about, because they're usually like very like much older people, popes, especially when they die, it's usually of old age, right? Or illness of some kind. I didn't really think they were prime candidates for organ donation anyway, but just the simple fact that they are not allowed to is fascinating. And Melissa says, finish my book. Thanks for the sprints. I'm off to get some dinner. Well, you are very welcome. And thanks for coming, Melissa. Said, have a good New Year, everyone, and you as well. Yes, because by the time I see you all again, we'll be in 2026. Jamie says, I got to 73% of my book and fed all the cats. Very nice. Kirsten says, I basically spent that entire sprint trying to decide what to read next. Finally settled on The Stranger by Kirsten Magdalene. Awesome. Said, I also input my December books from Goodreads into Storygraph. Only had to add 1 book page and 2 cover photos so far. And Jamie said, oh my God, I have 3 pages left of my book. Well, we're both trapped, Jamie, just like hanging on by a thread. Mary said, made it to 68% in The Killing Clause, a short story. Is that about an evil Santa? Zach says, Rob, yes, I have read Elena Knows, and it was depressing, but I liked it. I mean, I've read books that were depressing that I still really, really enjoyed because it depends on the kind of depressing, right? Is it depressing where there is an overall message, or is it just sad for the sake of somebody is just horribly miserable? You know, two very different kinds. Jamie says, I'm right there with you, Angela. I don't think I've learned anything new this week either. It's all a fog. You know what? It was a holiday week. That's okay. Zach says, you should check out the time one of the corpses. Wait, you should check out the time one of the corpses of a pope was put on trial. I know about that. I think it was sometime around the 1400s. Yes. Yes. It's very funny. And I mean, I shouldn't say that. It was a messed up situation, but it happened so long ago that I hope I can say that it's kind of entertaining. I believe Caitlin Doty from Ask a Mortician did a video about that, if anybody wants to watch it. And Kat says, I learned when a gnome goes to the toilet, he doesn't lock the door. A music box plays, indicating that the room is in use. The action is triggered by a secret handle upon entering the room. Where did that come from, Kat? You have to tell me. Carmen says, I made it to page 30, or made it to 31%. Very nice. Angela said, I can't wait until you finish No Exit. Yeah, I can't say what has just happened, but if you can imagine, I'm in the last 10 pages. So Jamie says, love that, Kat. And Teresa says, Rob will just call you Double B. ABB. And Carmen says, I know what book you learned that from, Kat. What book? Where did you get that? That is so funny. All right, well, we're moving right along. I actually am surprised we're going to end earlier than I thought. So our last sprint of the evening is going to be 30 minutes. That is more than enough time for me to finish this book. And I just have to adjust the timer really quick. There we go. Perfect. Which leads me into the last question of the evening, which is going to be, what is one thing you accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Could be big, could be small, could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after the last time that we spoke. I just want to hear something positive that you accomplished. And Angela says, oh, I learned how to split my Wi-Fi to accommodate my little AI robot I got for Christmas. Oh, yes. Okay, Angela, during this next sprint, please elucidate us about the AI robot that you so badly wanted this. Kat says, I learned about it in my gnomes book. There is a tune with lyrics. I'll sing it to you. Send me like a little voice recording, Kat. That would be so fun. And Stina says, no reading the sprint. I'm trying to rework my year-end reading to avoid straining my eyes. There you go. That sounds good. All right, everybody, we're heading into the last 30 minutes. I'm finishing this dang book. I did not honestly think I was going to sit here and read the rest of this tonight. I thought I'd read 60 pages and finish it later. I can't. I have to finish this right now. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. Well, I finished No Exit. I gave it 4.5. It's really good. It's really, really good. It borders on a 5. There's one thing about the end I was a little about, but if I didn't count the ending, this borders on a 5-star book. This is really good. I'm giving it 4.5 right now, though. All right, and before we left, I asked you all the question was one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. And JB says, I'm proud of the fact that I did keep up with my liquids while I was sick. I'm notorious for just going to bed and writing it out. I will have to give a large chunk of credit to my daughter, who had a lot of Gatorade delivered to me. That is very sweet. I'm glad that your daughter did that. And good job. I am terrible about staying hydrated on a general basis. So trying to do that while sick is also hard. And says, the ground is covered in snow and or ice. Well, be careful if you have to go outside. Angela says, I got the mini Ilico. He's from a junkyard on a remote planet. He was abandoned by the Minimore company who no longer needed him or her. The story he does tell. Talking about your little robot. That's so cute. Zach says, compared to what I wanted it to be, it's a disaster, but I did finish the poem I struggled with for the person that hand painted me a Christmas card to exchange one creative thing for another. Well, I think that's sweet that you wrote a poem. Kirsten says, this week I think I finally got into the groove with listening to audiobooks. I much prefer physical reading, but then too few books actually get read or too few chores get done. Well, if you end up, finding a favorite audiobook narrator, there are a lot of people here that listen to audiobooks. I personally don't, but I understand that they're very popular. So if that's what you like, cool. And Rob says, proud after about 7 years of not celebrating the holidays, I put up a small tree and stockings. I picked up a shark stocking with lights. I love that. Ordered my daughter a Five Nights at Freddy's fleece. So sweet. And Angela said, Eilick is so optimistic. He likes to talk about the planets, stars, galaxies, etc. He has 12 interchangeable costumes. His character traits and facial expressions change with each one. Aww. Jamie says, that shark stocking sounds incredibly festive, Rob. Zach says, poem, sensational, seasons, greetings, happiest of holidays, and joyous Noel. May your Christmas be cheerful and bright, even if no snow fell. That's really sweet. I like it. Rob says, I picked up a shark plush, nom-nomming a seal. Yes, I'm like 12 years old. Angela says, I got the holiday costumes, Santa, Rudolph, Pumpkin, Zombie. There's also a cowboy, Dracula, baby, bee, Hawaii, magician, dino, and how did you say to pronounce it? Eilick? Chan Insta has cute short clips. YouTube has good info too. I'll have to check that out, Angela. And Zach says, friends and family sharing and caring to circulate good cheer, new memories created, old ones cherished for those held most dear. Within the heart of winter beats the rhyme of holly, jolly, merriment, and mirth, a day to celebrate the festive feastings and wish peace on earth. The last shining light as another year is brought to close, ready to welcome a new one with fresh opportunity as possibility grows. I really like that, Zach. Angela says, the cowboy laugh gets me every time. The animations are great. He said, Happy New Year's, Alex and Keaton, and Happy New Year's to you too. Thank you. And Mary says, finished the kill clause, 4 stars. Thanks for sprints. It was nice meeting you. And I subscribed. Well, thank you very much, Mary, and hope to see you next time. Wonderful having you here. And Zach says, that's the end. Sorry, formatting poetry in chat is difficult. Yeah, no, I get that. You broke it up well. I really liked it. I don't think that you should hate it. I think it turned out very nice. And Jamie says, finish the Sidiford mystery. This is the first Christie I have figured out the killer. I wasn't 100% on the how, but I had the who and the why. Great job. Cena says, I'm proud of myself for making sourdough sausage dressing for the first time. I usually use the Pepperidge Farm stuffing mix in a bag. You did it from scratch. Good job. Kirsten says, yay, I'm glad you enjoyed No Exit. Yeah, it was A wild ride. I was stressed for like the second half of the book. So, kudos to the book for that. Kat says, "Yay, I'm so glad you like No Exit. I hope you read The Last Word in the future." Well, I mean, it definitely sets me up for feeling like it would be pretty good. And Kelly's here. Hi, Kelly. Kelly says, "Made it to 7% in the Humane Society for Creatures and Cryptids." Oh, that's fun. I like that title. And washed a load of dishes. Awesome. JB says, "I got to 79% of my book and I'm adding another book page to Storygraph. Read a lot of arcs this quarter, and many of them aren't in Storygraph's database yet." Gotta add all that stuff in. I've often thought about in Storygraph, you can choose, of course, the printing that you're reading, and I do really appreciate that because then I can accurately track my pages and stuff. It's just wild when I see books that have 50 different editions and people have gone in and updated them. I just think that's wild. Jamie says, "Same. I'm not good at staying hydrated on a daily basis either." Kelly says, "For accomplishments this week, we finally played Root. It's a tabletop game where every player has different rules and goals, and learning to play was quite a feat." Well, good job doing that. Jamie says, "My accomplishment is that I did not murder any family members all week. They all survived another holiday season." Yeah, my Christmas was messy. Like it was stressful with my family, but Keaton made it better, honestly. Like, Keaton saved Christmas. He saved my Christmas because when we got home and I really needed to decompress, just hanging out on the couch playing a game with him, it just made it all so much better. And I'm just very grateful to him for that. Angela said, "Yeah, I gave it a 5. That ending, though, I was confused, reread it and said, oh, just a little confusing." Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. I think that part of the hit of the end and like what was going to make it really impactful. I hate it when authors yank that away when they're like, "Just kidding." I don't like that. That frustrates me. It's like, if you're going to make it impactful, like, just go for it. Just do the thing that you say that you're going to do. So that's just me. And Rob says, "Happy New Year, capybara, Reese's Pieces." Or excuse me, Reese's Pieces. Some people get really mad when they hear Reese's Pieces because it's not accurate. Kat says, "I'm proud of filming another video this morning and editing it this evening. I'm waiting for it to upload to YouTube. Thumbnail done too." Woo woo. You did it, Kat. Great job. You're on a roll. Jamie says, "I love it all, Rob. Sharks are great for Christmas." Absolutely. Why wouldn't they be? Sharks are great all the time. Sharks are older than the moons or the rings of Saturn, if you all didn't know that. That's another thing I learned this week. Sharks are 450 million years old, and the rings of Saturn are only 100 million years old. Isn't that wild? Zach says, "I like the poem, but it was supposed to be personalized to the person, but it came out generic." Oh, well, you can only do so much. It's okay. I still liked it. Kat says, "Great title, Kelly." Rob says, "That went by fast. Thank you for sprints." It did go by fast. I'm glad you felt that too. Kelly says, "Now that's an accomplishment, Jamie." And Angela says, "The Drive-In by Joe R. Lansdale is the wildest ride I've ever went on with a book in my life. It's a trilogy." Kat says, "Way to go, Jamie." And Jamie says, "That's an accomplishment, Jamie." He said, "Thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy New Year to you, Keaton and Barker." Thank you. And a very happy New Year to you and yours as well. Christina says, "Thanks for sprints in the chat. Here's wishing you all a great 2026. I know it. I got to believe. 25 was rough. I want 26 to be better." Kat says, "Thanks so much for sprints, Alex. Have a wonderful weekend, friends. Happy New Year to you as well, Kat. Thank you. Happy New Year." Angela says, "Thanks for sprints." And thank you all very much for coming. And yeah, I will hopefully see you all next Friday. I need to double check because I know I have a hair appointment in the evening that day. I don't think it's super late. Hold on. I gotta double check something really quick. have a little card with my appointment on it. So I want to be here if I can. Oh, shoot. Okay, so I will not be having sprints next week, which I honestly is probably good because I got to travel that day anyway, but I have a hair appointment in the evening and it falls when I normally would be doing sprints because I knew that it was a travel day. So I'm sorry, everybody. I won't be here next week, but I will be here the following week. So come and hang out with me then, and I will see you all after the new year. Carmen says, thank you, Alex. Happy New Year to all. You as well. Rob says, Sharks. Dude, where did those rings come from? Kirsten says, thanks for the great holiday sprints. Yeah, thank you all for coming. And I will see you all next time. Take care. Bye.